know what could happen. And so the best thing to do, I swear to you, the best thing to do is just be peaceful and acknowledge their existence and acknowledge that it was their house first, that they are attached to it for some inexplicable reason. And let it be. Just let it be, like the old Beatles song, just let it be. Because what we're doing here is a grand experiment, yes. And we all want answers. Yes, we do. We want answers. But there's a way to get them. And there's a way to communicate with the spirits just simply by doing what we are doing here today, you and me. We're in the midst of technically to be referred to as a seance, um, being the meaning of that word, that we are communing with the spirits. And so, I send them my love. I send them my caring and my sympathy for them being trapped for whatever reason that they are, or whatever draws them back to that property. I don't know if they're there all the time. I don't know if they just come and go as they please. If sometimes they're invisible and sometimes they make their presence known in inexplicable ways. None of us have answers to that. As I said last night during the free preview, there are no experts in this field. Corey, Jen, I know you know what I'm saying. There are no experts. It doesn't matter how long you've been an investigator, how many investigations you've conducted. We are just compiling more and more evidence of the existence of something after death, but we don't have an explanation for what it is, and we might never have an explanation for what it is. And thank you for tolerating I'm sorry, I don't mean to get emotional all these years later, and I still feel it. I feel it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sticks with you.
Okay.
And this really is one of the most active rooms that we have. This is.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's no doubt that there's something going on in this room, and it's just weird that it corresponds with the middle bedroom upstairs.
Upstairs, yeah. We posted a lot of videos from this room, from shadow figures that we've caught, and from a camera when we had it at a different angle from the doorway. This door in particular opens all the time. I'd say more often than any other door in this house. This one opens. We've captured the books. This book right here is the book that's come off the shelf twice. I mean, there's videos of that online already as well. The name's quite fitting.
And then,
I want to read that. There's a message in that book for you. There is a message in that book for you. I don't know what it is, but I want to read that book. I'm going to order a copy of that book and read it and see if I can discern what the message is, because of all the books on those shelves. That's the one that keeps flying off. There's a reason.
I would absolutely love that. If you read it, let me know what you think.
it's way above my reading level, so
I will.
I ain't gonna lie.
Corey tried.
I tried, but I wasn't understanding it. But moving to the kitchen. Dining room. Pardon.
Sure.
Yeah. So this is the dining area, at least for us, this is the dining area.
Yep.
What was it for you guys?
We could talk about chairs.
Talking about chairs.
Yes, it was. We ate the kitchen mostly.
Oh, yeah. It would be a good sized kitchen. Yeah. Don't pay no attention to the gear laid out. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
It's a mess on purpose, so we can see it all. We haven't really had a whole lot of things happen in this room, other than images, or just images, but stuff coming. I don't know how to say that. Shadows coming outside of the house through the windows. We're catching.
Yeah.
This is where Maddie talks about she was at the table and saw a woman walk by, and Corey and Bill have also seen a white, fully fully gowned white woman.
But then also in the trailer that people have seen when Maddie was getting interviewed at this table, I don't know if you hear it in the trailer, but it coincidentally sounds like two hand
I did.
claps.
It was a
Yeah.
rattling
Just like in the
sound.
movie.
Yeah.
Everybody says rattling sound. See, I hear it clapping.
If you enhance the audio part from the original thing, it sounds like two claps to us. Just that it's weird, but
Yeah, I was shooting it, and I heard two claps. You know,
Yeah.
there's no doubt.
the audio sounds different. I don't know if it's from the video because it's put in together as a video, but from the original footage, the audio, it sounds like a clap to me.
Yeah.
But that's my favorite video because I just love her reaction. It's just so genuine and she's
Yeah, they're
so
probably
afraid.
just mocking the movie. I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't.
It could be. I do think
Well,
they
you
know
know,
she's
we did
afraid
play-
of this house. So
we
it's
did
something
play
to
hide
trigger
and
her,
seek it.
I think.
Yeah, that's a. We played hide and seek in the house for the first few weeks because it was the dead of winter and it was brutally cold out. And after my sisters had some very bad experiences hiding in places in the house where they had some very close encounters with something malevolent, we decided that, well, my mother said, you know, nobody plays hide and seek in this house anymore. And my sister Nancy said to my sister Cindy, yeah, I think it would be safer if we just slide down the hill and run into the stone wall. It would actually be safer. And you know, I would have to agree with her thoughts on that because they had some, and I wrote about that at length in the books about Nancy getting stuck in the morning room, Cindy getting stuck in a box out in the woodshed that she almost suffocated in. You know, there were some life-threatening events that happened in the house over the course of the 10 years that we lived there. I'm sorry.
And we've had some stuff happen here. This just isn't a fully active room for us. This isn't a hot spot, if you will.
Yeah.
We've had a few things.
Well, you were standing here, and
Well, we used to have a
the
spirit.
teams that we've had actually come. What's that?
I'm sorry. I know we're talking all over each other. You finish your thought, and then I'll tell you about the one my sister named the kitchen witch. And my mother told her she could call her that because that wasn't nice. You go ahead and tell your part, and then I'll tell you mine.
I was just gonna say we like to debrief with the teams that come in and investigate here with us. And Jen was talking to them one morning, and just out of nowhere, the little tie on her sweatshirt just flips up, almost hits her on the side of the head, and just goes back down. It's just cool, calm, and collected like a cucumber. And I was like, why did you not say something, you know? And she's like, I don't want people to think I'm crazy. It was on camera,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, it's just one of those things. When things happen, I kind of look around. If nobody else notices it, especially
Yeah.
people I've met for the first time, I don't want to sound crazy. You don't want to be like, oh my God. It's crazy.
No, I do. I understand. I mean, this is a lot more, this subject is a lot more acceptable now than it was in 1971. You know, we bought the house in 1970, just the beginning of December, and moved in the beginning of January in 71. And, you know, this was not something that people spoke about. And so it was difficult, you know, to wrap your head around. But, you know, after we had been there a few years, and we'd had numerous events happen in every room of the house. You remember the old-fashioned rotary phones where you had to put your finger in and turn the dial? And we had one right on the wall in between the two front windows looking up toward Round Top Road. Yep.
Oh, yeah. With
And
cameras.
it was blue. I remember it was baby blue. It didn't match the room at all. Yep. And oh yes, you're there it is. And there it was. And the receiver would lift up and just levitate right in the middle of the room, you know, with the long cord that was all stretched out because everybody would, you know, take it and they were talking. And and either take that cord and take it over to the stove, or take the cord and take it over to the refrigerator, or so the cord was like long. And it was laying there. Cindy, one day, she was sitting at the table having breakfast, and the phone just lifted up, and it came out about a foot from the wall, and it just hung there. And she turned and she looked at it, and my sister Nancy was in the bathroom, and her friend Katie was with her. And Nancy and Katie were fighting. Well, not fighting, but they were arguing because, Katie said, well, I don't believe this house is haunted. I don't believe it. Katie lived in a haunted house, and she was queen of denial about it because it scared her. She lived up on Collins Taft Road, which, is just around the corner from you. And she and Nancy walked out into the kitchen, and Cindy's just sitting there looking at the phone receiver just floating in midair. And as soon as Katie came around the corner from the bathroom door, it went right back over and it slammed itself down on the receiver. And Nancy just looked at her and she said, "Told you so." And Katie left the house and didn't come back for a long time.
Wow.
We had some funny moments too. It wasn't all doom and gloom. It wasn't all darkness. You've heard me talk about this. We live in duality. We live in a world where good and evil and darkness and light exist simultaneously. And I firmly believe, as much as I abhor the dark side of existence, I don't think that we would be able to discern the light if it didn't have that backdrop. They would be indistinguishable from each other. And so, I make light of the darkness, and I did in the books too. There were some really funny, laugh out loud stories that took place that I included in the telling of our story because I thought that it was appropriate to do so. I didn't write those books to be one long horror story. I wrote those books to tell our true story. And we had many, many happy moments in that house, many joyful, happy moments in that house, and living in concert with the spirits that dwelled within its walls with us, and not just in the house, in the barn, on the property. We had numerous experiences outside of the walls of that house.
Right.
So it's that whole area. I don't know what it is about northwestern Rhode Island, but that whole area has, you couldn't live long enough to tell all the stories of all the people that live up there, that live in very old homes that have had many, many experiences of their own. It's just that ours was famous or infamous for having good. Well, glad that you're getting to know some of your neighbors because they're wonderful people. And, a lot of the families that live there have lived there for generations. Rhode Island is a very provincial little colony / state. And, and the longer you're there, you realize that a 10-minute drive is a 10-minute drive. It's too long. It's just too long. Rhode Islanders like to stay put for some reason. And, it's a very active area, and the valley that you're now living in was actually the home of the Nipmuc Indian tribe. And my sister April saw little Indian children playing in the woods behind the house. Little kids dressed in, moccasin type sandals and, the clothing that they wore when, in the 1600s or the 1500s. Well before that land was claimed and deeded to the Richardson family that originally bought the house. I will tell you about what Nancy called the kitchen witch. There was kind of waif-like entity
in the kitchen?
that manifested. Where the second pantry door was. The pantries, there were two pantries. So the one closest to the bathroom is where she would show up. And she would always, my mother right behind, okay, do you see right behind that door? There's a little alcove. You've got a yellow, like a yellow box there now. But that's where my mother had a thing mounted on the wall, and she would hang the broom there. She would hang the dustpan and brush there. Yes, there they are. Oh my God, the hooks are still there. Oh my God, all these years later. I didn't even notice the last time I was at the house. But yeah, she had a whisk broom. She had a straw broom. She had no cedar broom, dustpan and brush. Everything was hanging there. And yet, many times we had a big old black stove that was connected into the fireplace that consumed the whole area in front of the fireplace. I'm sure you've seen photographs of it. And, my mom would, in the winter, my mom would build a fire in that black stove um, because that fireplace closed. That center chimney was gone. So just above it, there was a flue and where you could latch into the smaller chimney time that we had the house. And so there was a black stove there, and my mom would burn the stove. And there were many times that she'd get up and the straw broom that was hiding behind the door would be moved over to the side of the stove. And my mother would say to us, girls, when you use the broom, put it back where it belongs. I don't want a straw broom next to a hot stove for obvious reasons. And I'm like, no, Mom, it wasn't us. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. I'm telling you, we didn't do it. It wasn't us. And then the first time that we actually figured out who was doing it was a woman who was, Jen, she was as small as you, diminutive in frame, but very tall. And she had actually like your hair. She looked very similar to you, but she was probably about 6 inches taller.
Yeah.
And she was standing right where Corey is standing right now. And she was using that straw broom to sweep the kitchen floor. And apparently she had an issue with us, the kids, who were constant. It was a farm, for God's sake. We had horses and cows and stuff. And, we were constantly coming into the house with dirty boots on, and she didn't appreciate it. And so she was sweeping the dirt up around from that area into a nice, tidy pile. And my sisters, Nancy and Cindy, were both running to catch the bus. And Cindy saw her as they were running by, and she turned and she looked at her and she said, fine, you sweep the floor. I'm late for school. And we came home. Apparently, Nancy and Cindy had talked about it on their bus. I was on the high school bus at that point, so I was going already. And on the elementary school bus on the way home, they had apparently talked about what they had seen in the morning. And when they got home, they told Mom that they saw the kitchen witch, that she was the one that kept opening the door to the second pantry, and she was the one that was responsible for moving the broom from the alcove next to the stove. And Nancy referred to her as the kitchen witch. And my mother immediately said, no, don't call her. That's disrespectful. She's just one of the spirits that lives in the house with us. And you don't be mean. Do be mean to them. Do not.
Do we want to show the kitchen, or did you get a good view of that already? Or
Let's just walk around real fast.
nothing paranormal other than the cabinets opening up in this room that one time has ever happened in here. But just a small little kitchen. It's cute. Don't mind all the battery packs. We just want to make sure all our cell phones and everything that we have is going to be able to last as long. But yeah, this is the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad that
Show the view of the backyard.
Second pantry was taken out. I mean, when we lived there, the kitchen was half the size. The pantry was half that size.
Right.
And I spent where you've got the camera right now, looking out over the backyard. I spent count hours of my in front of the sink, staring out that window, overlooking that beautiful backyard,
I love it.
and looking at the horses or the ponies or the growing garden.
The
It
deer.
is gorgeous. It's
Yeah.
gorgeous. And
love standing
Christine
in front of
had
those
a very
pictures.
intense there in the window that you're standing in front of. Yep. Christine, one night we had dinner at the table in the kitchen, and we were, bringing all of our dishes and everything into the pantry to clean up. And we never had curtains on those windows because, we lived in such a remote environment. There was no need to have curtains on those windows. And so it was pitch dark. And Christine was walking past that window you're standing right behind. And she turned and she saw her reflection in it because the light was bright in the house. And she also saw a very tall woman with her hair all wrapped up, gray hair wrapped up in a bun, standing right beside her. And she dropped what was in her hands and came flying out of the pantry and into the room. And my mother said, "What's wrong, honey?" And she said, "Oh, nothing. I got, I just got spooked." I mean, she didn't even believe her own eyes. She was just a kid and she didn't even believe what she had just seen. And yet later she described it, and I wrote about it in the books. And it was the exact same apparition, the tall woman with her hair, gray hair up in a big wound bun, thick hair, standing behind her. And she was smiling. She was one of the nice ones, the benevolent spirits in the house. We had so many. But the day we left, when my parents sold this farm in 1980, my sister Nancy refused to leave, and she went to the new homeowners, who she was their babysitter for the landowners from Massachusetts. And she said, "I'll stay on as the caretaker indefinitely." And they agreed because they weren't ready to move into the house. They wanted to restore it to its, original colonial splendor. And so it fractured our family. She was so angry at my parents for selling it. Nancy and I both loved the farmhouse. Christine couldn't care less if she ever looked back. My mother said the day we left she would never come back. She never did. Cindy couldn't wait to get the hell out of it. And my father was heartbroken. But he was afraid that my mother would divorce him if they didn't sell the farm. So they did. I was finishing up my senior year of college. Nobody bothered to ask my opinion about it. Which to this day, I'm like, are you kidding? Because I thought we were a democracy and not a freaking dictatorship. But I wasn't paying the mortgage
right now,
either,
Maddie's
and
in college,
my mother
she would
was,
care less if we sold it.
yeah. Moved out. That same apparition was standing behind Nancy as shaving by from the front porch, which has now been removed from the house. And she was standing in the dining room window behind Nancy. And when we drove all the way to Georgia 2 days later, that same apparition was standing behind Cindy, who had gone down a couple of weeks early to bring the horses with a family friend and get them out to pasture and get the house ready. And the exact same apparition was standing behind Cindy in the window of the new house in Georgia. And my mother, it was like 6 o'clock in the morning when we pulled into the yard, and my mother grabbed my arm. I was driving, and she said, "Oh my God, this isn't over. This will never be over." It was the same. And that apparition has appeared in my life many times. My sisters have seen her. Yeah, she's a part of our lives. She is, and we don't know who it is. No, I don't. I don't know who it is, and I don't know why, but she always smiled. She was always smiling, and I think she was the one that used to make the rounds through the upstairs every night, and like lean over, and like we would feel as though we were being kissed goodnight. We wouldn't actually feel it physically, but we could sense a presence hovering over us. And we knew it wasn't our mother because our always smelled just like a bar of ivory soap. And that particular entity had an aroma of flowers and fruit.
We have had a few
It
guests
was
who
a
have
strange
smelled
combination,
flowers.
like a very light perfume or something.
Right.
You smell that sometimes?
I have not smelt.
Yep.
I have not smelt it yet, but we have had a couple of guests downstairs in the baking room, probably, and maybe different spots too, that have said they smelt flowers. Yeah. And this is our bedroom. This is the master bedroom. I can't off the top of my head. This door's opened before in the middle of the night for us. And it's another door. I guess it's not. I mean, it's not super hard to open.
Yeah, both of those doors opened and closed. Yep.
I think that's only happened once, though, that I can think of.
Yeah.
I guess in the beginning, when we finally got brave enough to sleep upstairs, we used to put things in front of the door so they didn't open. But this is also the room where the softball.
Yeah, we had this softball thrown off here.
Yeah, that video's online.
Yeah, I
too,
remember
that
seeing
we
that
heard.
video. Yeah. Mostly
don't
we
know,
found
Andrew,
when we
whose
lived
bedroom
there,
was
that
this when
door
you were
right
growing
there
up?
between the two of you. It was Nancy and April shared it. Originally, Nancy and April shared it. And then they started playing musical bedrooms. They were always trying to get away from whatever was happening in their rooms. So they'd swap out rooms, and see if it was less plastic in the other room. But Nancy and April shared that room. And it was the door right behind Corey that would open and close at will.
Yeah, that one has the latch on
There
it
were
now,
a couple of incidents where it slammed. colony was trying to claim some of Roger Williams' colony. Connecticut was infringing from the west. The Massachusetts was infringing from the north. And so there were like little border wars going on over it for some period of time. And I think that it's entirely plausible that there are 7 dead soldiers on that property. So I don't think they're in the house. I think that if anything, they're buried
Right.
behind the retaining wall in the backyard.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, I believe everything she says about this room because it's definitely the most active room.
Yeah.
This and the library, but probably everything. Although of everything that happens in this room, I don't think any of the doors actually open and close in this room that we've seen yet. But the lights that we talk about that are random flashes everywhere, this is the room that I always catch it on camera. Like this is the room, the camera that we had.
It's almost like you lose track of time, you lose track of, like, your sense of space is off, you just can't really, like, yeah. And you get here it is, real quick. You do, where, if you shut all the doors and there's no real ambient light coming in, if you
is in there. That room was never really used for anything other than storage. My father is the only one that was brave enough to go into it and put things in it. But I just ignored that space like it didn't exist. I got bad vibes in that room. Oh, great. You have a skeleton there. Yeah, that's good. Remember, every day is Halloween at the Harrisville house.
That's right.
Yes.
Are you going down?
Yes.
But I rested well. I slept peacefully in that room. It was warm because it was right over the fireplace, and there's a vent. You should show the beautiful wrought iron vent in the floor, Bill. Show that. I mean, I could, and not only did that provide me heat, but my bed was right directly over it. I was the only kid that had the double bed, so all my sisters could pile in with me if something spooked them. But I'll tell you what, I overheard many a conversation between my parents through that vent. I won't divulge what I heard, but yeah. I heard many an argument about whether or not the house was, infested with spirits, because my father didn't want to hear it. He just did not. It took him a couple of years before he would even acknowledge that something weird was going on. I confronted him about it years later when I was writing the books. And I said, Dad, why were you such an ass about that? I mean, you were even having experiences. And you were so difficult about it. And he just looked at me with tears in his eyes, and he said, I was so afraid that I had moved my family into a place that I had no control over, that I just couldn't admit it. Do we really need to go into the cellar?
Yes.
Do you not want to come with us?
I can, right now, as I'm sitting in front of my computer, I'm sitting in front of my computer in Winter Garden, Florida, and I can smell the aroma of that. I can. It's very distinct. There's no place else like it on earth. I wouldn't call it an odor, but there is an aroma to that cellar, the earthen quality of it, that permeated my sinuses as a child and permeated my mind as an adult. And it's so interesting that human memory functions that way. That, you can be 50 years old and you'll get a waft of something that reminds you of your childhood, just like that.
Absolutely.
That, I don't know, I think that the human brain is an amazing thing. No, how?
See, I thought you did.
Roger came
Oh, yeah, Roger did.
I don't really revisit it. Yeah, Dad did, yeah.
But you didn't? I
He
didn't
did.
realize
That's
that.
where his girlfriend was. The one that used to touch him and stroke him across the shoulder. I always thought, psychologically speaking, it was very interesting that the spirit that was haunting my mother had a thing for my father, and he made friends with the one that was making his wife miserable. I'll never understand the dynamic between my mother and my father, but even though they stayed together the whole 10 years that we lived at the farm, they divorced a couple of years after we moved, and a lot of the fracture that occurred between them occurred at all of the fracture between my parents. The chasm that widened over the 10 years that we lived there happened because of that house. The root cellar, Bill, cellar. The root cellar is still there, right? And see that big door? See that huge door at the end that goes up into the woodshed?
Yeah.
That door is a solid slab of wood. That is solid oak, and it weighs a couple of 100 pounds. And I will never, my whole life, will I forget the night that we were all sitting right above it in the parlor watching The Wonderful World of Disney on a Sunday night, and all hell broke in the cellar. A crash loud that it shook the house. And my father got up and ran down the cellar stairs, and that door had been lifted off of its hinges and was thrown halfway across the cellar. And when he came back up, the look on his face was something I have never seen. He was absolutely terrified. It was impossible. That door locks from the inside. There's no way anybody could have gotten into the woodshed and done anything with that door. And it was thrown at least 20 feet down the cellar, leaning against the wall. And it took 3 men to lift and put it back on its hinges and replace it. He had to call big, grown, Corey-sized guys to come and put that door back on its hinges. That freaked every one of us out. The dogs flipped. We had 2 dogs sitting upstairs in the parlor with us, and they went nuts.
So this is our favorite room.
Yeah.
I talked to you for the next 2 hours just about stuff that happened in that cellar. I could.
believe it. And for us,
Well, the well room, first of
This is
all,
the
I
well
heard
room.
somebody say something earlier about having uncovered the well. I would not uncover the well. I would cover that well. That well is part of
It's covered now.
the activity in the house. And if you, oh, it is covered. Okay, good. If you go stand there on the cement, yes, yes, I do. And I have absolutely no scientific evidence to back up my claim. But what I will tell you is that there is activity in and around that well. That well is undug. It is so deep, it latches into the groundwater of the Lost River of New Hampshire. And if you stand there in that room, up against that thing, you will literally feel like you're being pulled down into it by the gravitational force of the earth. It literally, the ground will absolutely vibrate beneath your feet. My sister Cindy was in that room when she was young, probably around 10 or 11, and she had a vision of blood dripping off the walls, or what my mother said to her later when she talked about it might have been candle wax, because there was a candler room down where they made candles downstairs. But Cindy perceived it as to be dripping blood, and she saw it, and my friend was with her, and he didn't see anything. But she found a little toy downstairs that that she dropped. She was so afraid being in that room that she ran upstairs, and then 6 months later, that same little toy, it was a little race car that she had dropped because of her fear being in that room. And that race car appeared tucked up underneath her bed on the 2nd floor of the house.
It was like a whistle.
We all just heard it. It was definitely a whistle in the room. I mean, we all just heard it. Did you hear it too, Jen? Or?
I was trying to think of what it could have been.
I didn't know if it was like audio feedback or something.
I mean, it's definitely a whistle. Well, we definitely heard it here. And it's interesting because we're about to show you guys something that kind of goes along with something Andrea said earlier.
When Andrea was talking about the old hag, the old woman that terrorized her parents in the bedroom upstairs in the library, one of the features was a broken neck. Well, this box, which we did not plant, it was here when we moved here, mind you. We noticed some of the pictures on the inside of this box, children's drawings. Now, if you want to come over and take a look,
Can you guys see that?
and there's numerous ones in here. There's another one down here.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks exactly what they're describing.
Oh,
Seeing.
okay.
Like a little kid's kind of interpretation of what you experienced?
Well, I wasn't there, and it's sheer speculation on my part, but I do know that for a number of years, that house was used as a daycare. And I didn't recognize that box. The first time I found out about that was when Amy Bruni and Adam Berry and Chip Coffey had our family back, my sisters and my father and myself, to do an episode of Kindred Spirits there. And that's when I found out about the box. And I did not know about that being in there, and I don't know how long it's been there, and I don't know who drew those drawings. It sent, let me put it to this way. When Amy told me about it, chills ran up my spine, and it takes a hell of a lot to scare me. But children, if you've got any experience at all with the paranormal, you know that children are much more susceptible and much more vulnerable, because little children are open and trusting and everything. They look at the whole world with wide-eyed wonder. And let me just say that I would not be surprised if the renditions of that drawing are based on something that they may have seen in the house. That's all I can say. I'm not anybody. I'm not, I don't know where that box came. Certainly wasn't there when we lived there. I don't know who brought it into the house. Or, okay, I just heard a whisper.
Bill,
I
please
That was
tell
Bill.
me.
What did I just hear? What did I just
That was just
hear
me,
through my
Andrea. Sorry.
audio?
That was just me, Andrea. My apologies.
All right. Okay, all
He
right.
was
Well,
just
somebody
telling us
duct
to
tape him.
mention
Okay.
one of the famous
Okay,
pictures
'cause,
from.
I mean, really,
Oh no, Bill was just mentioning
Sure.
one of the famous pictures of when the original team actually introduced you guys to the Warrens, when the Johnsons were down here with Ed and Lorraine, and you guys were walking through here. There was a pretty cool picture that was taken down here, right in front of that glass window.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the only pictures of the Warrens actually in this house, I believe.
yes, I know. I remember.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
But-
true, actually. And it was their daughter, son-in-law, that very graciously sent those photographs to me after.
That's
I
our dog
believe
barking.
it was a couple of years ago. They found some microfilm, and they sent me all the photographs, which were the only photographs they ever found that the Warrens had of themselves visiting the farmhouse. And I thought that was very
Wow.
kind of them to pass those on along to us. Jude and Tony
Hey guys,
made sure that we got
Absolutely.
them, and I very much appreciate that, because I look, and my mother looks like a teenager. I mean, it's so weird. You look at those photos now and see my mom so young.
So young, yeah.
hey guys, there's
Yeah.
people commenting on things in the chat panel over here, and one of the things that they were just talking about are seeing orbs down there with you guys. Is that something that you experience? Do you see like orbs in footage of the security cameras from down there?
So we do. I see it all the time, but it's a basement, so it's hard to debunk what's dust and what's orbs. So we never really ourselves get too excited when we see that kind of stuff, I guess.
Right.
We never counted that as evidence on our end, because it is a basement, and it's so hard to debunk that stuff. Oh yeah. I love this. Oh, okay. Huh.
So I'm just filling you in. I don't know if that's something that you guys experience there.
Probably. Oh.
Oh, I don't know if you guys heard what I was saying or not, but somebody in the little chat panel here was talking about that they were watching the camera in the seance room, and they saw that there's a candle on the wall that moved. And I don't know if you guys experienced that, or Andrea, if you've ever experienced, that kind of thing, but that's what people say they're seeing.
On the wall, yeah. The chandelier in that room that's hanging, we used to have.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Maybe it's the chandelier.
Well, we took the candles off that because those candles kept falling.
Yeah, they kept getting thrown off.
So there are candles on the wall, like real candles, but that's funny. I don't think we've ever seen those move. But again, we've been here for so long that unless it's something that we know that it isn't in its place, it's hard. We don't catch these things anymore because it's just so. We've been here for so long that we don't look through the daily footage like we did back last summer when it was super new and super exciting.
But probably the most exciting thing.
You're getting used
Especially
to
talking
it.
about the
You are
crooked
getting
neck.
used to living in the house.
Yeah. I know.
The crooked neck woman, which was really interesting. We had a team investigate probably 3 months ago.
Probably.
About 3 months ago. And they were down here in the basement, and they were actually filming down towards where Roger used to have his experiences, at least where he told me he used to have his experiences. And they actually filmed with their SLS camera, which is a structured light censoring camera. It uses the Xbox Connect, and you see the little stick figures and stuff like that.
Yes.
They actually filmed a figure. There was nobody down there. They filmed a figure with a broken neck, and it actually responded to the guy's commands. The guy's like, it looks like it has a broken neck. Can you fix your head? Can you fix your head? And you see it trying to push its head, and it's trying to push its head back up straight.
Remind me, Andrew, and I'll send you
Yeah,
this
well-
video because I don't think we've shown it to you yet. I'll get permission from
That team.
and I'll send it to you if you'd like to see
I
it.
have not
It's
seen that.
compelling.
No,
It's
I'd like to
amazing.
see that. I very
Yeah.
much would.
Yeah, it's actually one of the cooler
Well,
videos.
she's
I
the
mean,
one
people
that
have caught
loved
so much
my
stuff, but
father.
that one's like, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Keep
can
in
walk around and show
mind,
you where it was.
my friends, you are in the cellar right where the well room is. Dining room
Yeah.
is right above that, and the middle bedroom is right above that. So there used to be like a vortex of energy in the center of that house. And now, Jen, where you're walking is where we had an old heating system, and it had a rubber belt that went around it and a large wheel. I mean, that system was so antiquated when we moved in the 70s. It still worked, but when my father would come home, and I mean, it never broke down, not once, while Dad was away. Which would have been bad because that was our heat source, and it was a boil system. But when Dad would come home, all of a sudden the water pump would stop working or the heat would stop working, which of course would drag him down the stairs, the other entrance to the front foyer, the front hallway, and he would come downstairs, and that's when she would make her presence known to him, and she would just run her hands or her fingernails across the back of his neck and down his back, because he would come downstairs and that piece of rubber off that wheel would be thrown halfway down, like it had been plucked off the machinery and just thrown down the length, half the length of the cellar. And so he knew it was deliberate. It was happening deliberately to draw him downstairs.
Right. This is the area, right? This is the.
Yes, it was right at the bottom of the stairs, and the way that the stairs are now, the stairs were so old and rickety that I think it was the next family that bought the house that actually tore that stairwell out and rebuilt it. So they actually come down from the doorway in the front foyer in the opposite direction that they did when we lived there. When we lived there, when you opened the cellar door in the front foyer, you would walk down to your right, not to your left.
I did not know that.
I mean, weird, there's really no room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think on the other side, the front foyer is that one. Oh, well, no, she means this one.
And those walls behind you, that's where Lorraine Warren's cameras were shattered all over the floor, right against those walls behind you that are the solid granite walls with the horsehair plaster in between them. That's where one of the cameras was set up, and it was 1,000 pieces all over the dirt floor.
What is that? What is that story? Because that was the same night as the seance, right?
Yes, it was, Jay. Yes, it was the same night as the seance.
So,
and those men were absolutely terrified. They flew up those stairs and ran out of those.
So what happened was, as I understand it, you know, after the seance went awry, you know, and your dad got into the altercation with Mr. Warren, that they were scrambling to leave, and their gear was still downstairs, and they went downstairs and found that it was all smashed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and it was, you know, as a filmmaker, Jay, you know, cameras aren't cheap.
Absolutely.
And they were state-of-the-art cameras. They were big, heavy, shoulder-mounted cameras that cost the earth. And those men were absolutely devastated of their very expensive equipment. But they were far devastated by going down there and seeing what happened in an area that was vacant of human souls.
Yeah, this is a pretty active area for us. I don't know if anyone's watched the Exploring with Josh
I saw
video.
faces.
When Josh and Seth came here, this is the area where Seth kept getting grabbed. And we've had a lot of really good spirit box sessions down in here as well.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I'll need to watch that.
What's it? What is spirit box?
A spirit box.
Oh, a spirit box?
Well, it depends on, you know, Corey, I'm going to let you address.
Yeah.
Kind of like what?
I'm
missing
it. What is the spirit box for people that don't know what it is?
Oh, was it a shack hack? Was it the old-fashioned kind, or?
We use numerous kinds. We use shack hacks. We also use custom-built boxes. But what they do is, it's radio. It's a radio. Always, the ones we use are digital nowadays. So whenever you hit sweep on a radio, if you sweep through the radio stations, you notice you don't hear it anymore. Like as you're tuning, it mutes it, so you don't hear that sound as it's going and finding the next station that turns up. What we do is we actually go in there and we cut what they call a mute trace. And there's only certain radios you can do it on, but you cut the mute trace. And what that allows to do is that noise, that sweeping noise, is actually audible as it continuously sweeps through all these stations. So we're listening for voices that are coming through. Now, are you hearing the radio? Yes, you are hearing the radio. I would never, try to talk you out of hearing something like that.
Right.
However, we are listening for things that are out of the ordinary that are coming through those voices. You'll get your name, you'll get swear words, things that you wouldn't hear on a regular radio because somebody would get fired. So, and we're going to be exploring some of that stuff a little bit later on this week. So.
Right. The heater kicked on, so I don't know how much
it's going to get really loud in a second.
You want to show the snakeskin?
Oh, yeah, definitely. The snakeskin's really cool. So here's some of the snake skins we have here.
Never seen one in the house before, but they must be coming through this wall to shed their skin and go back out. This is this is a hot spot for them, I guess. There's a ton of them throughout all this, and we just leave it because it's cool.
They're just black tip razors. They're not poisonous.
I've seen them in the backyard, but I've never seen it in the house.
For me, no. Are you uncomfortable in the basement?
I'm not, as long as somebody's with me. I would never come down by myself.
So yeah, she's uncomfortable.
I'm brave if others are with me, and I wouldn't even say brave, I guess. I would come down with others, but I would never do it myself.
Now the basement.
But yeah, that's true. I will attest to that. That's absolutely true. I've come to the basement by myself during the day. I'm down here by myself during the day, and that creeps me out alone. But there's nowhere in the house that I don't think I could walk through by myself anymore. It's creepy to be anywhere by yourself in the dark.
So yeah, people are texting me about hearing clicking, and now I'm realizing what it is. Jay's typing. Everybody's like, I don't know what that clicking sound is, but it's really weird. Yeah, he's.
Yes,
working.
yeah, our audio is up so that we can talk, and we are also texting back and forth instructions and so forth. So yes, if anybody watching this live stream that is hearing clicking sounds, that is us furiously trying to communicate with each other without speaking over these microphones.
I think this is one of the coolest features of the house. I mean, this isn't really a feature, I guess, but this musket, I think, is the same one you guys had here when you were here, isn't it, Andrew?
I feel like I've seen that musket in photos.
No, actually, well, you have seen a very similar. Actually, it wasn't similar. It was a Harper Sperry musket that my father had procured many decades ago, and it was over the fireplace in the parlor, and we took it with us when we moved, and my father had it all these decades. And last year, our home here in Florida got broken into, and somebody stole it out of our house right here in Florida. And its value was something like between $7,000 and $10,000. And my father this is still not something we can discuss with my dad. He is so angry, so upset that that prized family heirloom is now gone. But it was stolen last year from our house when it was broken into. And a lot of my followers know about that because my freaking head blew off when I found out. I was up in Georgia with Mom when my dad called and told me that the house had been robbed. And that's one of the things that they took.
Well, sorry about that.
Dad's old Harper Sperry. Yeah. That's all right. It's tough.
We have plastic on all the windows, so I don't think, like, you can see it move right now. I don't think there's enough airflow actually making it through the plastic to cause anything to move. And we've had the house pretty well airtight for a while.
Yeah.
And some of the movement I've seen in some of your videos are literally like things coming out of bookshelves, or a toy car rolling off of a chair, things like that. So that would have to be a very specific blast of air to make that happen.
I can tell you right now, it's super windy today. I was a little worried that things might start cutting out due to the wind. And yeah, there's so much plastic on the windows, and they're pretty well airtight that I don't think that's causing anything. No.
Especially with the doors, because the latches are very heavy.
Right.
And it takes quite a, I can see if somebody doesn't close it completely and they just, could have got some wind, potentially open it up, yeah, but if it's latched, there's no explanation for it.
Right.
Way to explain what has happened here.
Definitely the lights upstairs in that middle bedroom.
Yeah.
Like I just can't figure out what could do that. It's not a lightning storm. It's not. I can't figure out what could cause a light source to be all over the place in there.
Some of the EVPs we've gotten are just
Yeah,
crazy.
EVPs,
Yeah.
Yeah, spirit box
Some of the
sessions.
spirit box sessions.
I mean, and those are all open to interpretation, so we're gonna try our best, like when it comes to getting EVPs, spirit box sessions, to let the viewers decide what they're hearing. We don't want to put a notion in your head of what we're hearing to make you, believe it. So,
Right.
let the evidence speak for itself. We'll try our best.
Got you. Well, in the inverse, what kind of things have people experienced that you've been able to debunk?
We've had really good paranormal teams in here, and we haven't had to really debunk things because they do it for us, really.
I'm trying to think of.
Well, like pictures. People that come in here and they take pictures. I don't like taking pictures. I feel that when you take pictures, you're only getting one page out of a 100-page book, and it's not telling you the full story. So it's like a lot of people come here and they just take pictures and they're like, oh my God, look at this orb. Okay, well, what happened before the orb was there? What happened after the orb was there? What led up, this and that. I mean, we had somebody downstairs took a picture, and what was it?
So you can debunk
Yeah,
certain things,
Yeah.
sure.
but it's hard to. Some of it's compelling, some of it's so hard to.
I mean, with pictures though, you need a spectrometer to make sure like each little dot hasn't been messed with. Obviously I ain't got one of those. So
Andrea, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Andrea, what evidence have you
Yeah.
seen over the years that just kind of blew your mind? I mean, you actually lived. I mean, you've lived it. You've had experiences that nobody else can experience necessarily. But what evidence have you seen over the years that kind of blew your mind and really verified some of the things that you guys experienced and the stories that you tell people?
Mm-hmm. Can I put that in? Turn that on?
I am absolutely fascinated. Well, I feel like all right, let me put it to you this way, Jay. Keep in mind that zero of these gadgets and gizmos even existed when we lived there. The Polaroid was a new invention. That was not a part. We didn't try to capture anything, or walk around with a little fling camera. I mean, we just lived it. So the way I look at this is I know what I know. I know what is real. This isn't a matter of belief. It's not a matter of having faith. It is having experienced these events over the course of a decade of my life. Now, when I see evidence being compiled, I'm like, oh, yay, because all it does is it informs the story. Some things are different than what happened to us. Some things are very similar. And I'm so thrilled that the technology has advanced to the point where with guys, all this stuff that, the little widgets that I'm up there, and everybody around me has things that are able to capture energy and waves of light and heat sensors and all of the stuff did not exist when we lived there. So I feel that each and every piece of verified, vetted evidence serves to validate and to vindicate our story. And quite frankly, I don't care who believes us or believe us. You know, I'm not here to please the whole world. I'm not here. I spoke our truth. I wrote our truth. I told our truth of my family living in that house. And anybody else that is there and captures their own stuff, that's great. But I think that ultimately, the collection and compilation of evidence over time will leave every without anything left to say about whether or not that house is active. I think that it clearly is, and I'm so glad that it's that there have been so many different people through it that have each captured their own little gems for whatever reason. I would love to see all of the evidence eventually compiled in one database once it's vetted and debunked. You know, was it a person in the background that was casting a shadow moving in front of the house, or was it really a shadow? You know, it can all be done. But eventually, I hope over the course of the years that it is all in one place where everybody can see everything that's been captured at once. And I think that what the Heinzens have done in terms of wiring that house the way that they have with cameras, I mean, it's like walking into industrial light and magic now when I went in that house, and we had none of that. So I'm grateful that people are doing the work that they're doing now, that the Heinzens and other investigators that have come through and captured things, because all of it serves a greater purpose. And it's to tell the story of the farmhouse and the souls that once lived there and for whatever reason are still attached to that property and occasionally make their presence known. I'm grateful that that's being done now. Love that place, and I always will. And that's that.
So I do have a question for you guys, because you hear this from people who have lived in haunted locations, and then somebody else moves in and they don't have the same experiences. What do you think that that's about? Because Andrea, you and your family had a very
We did. Okay. I can hear you, Jay.
okay. Other people move in after that and they don't have the same experiences, but then another family comes in after that and they have experiences again, maybe not the same. And I think that's what's happening here. You guys, the Heinzen family, you guys are experiencing things that, from what you said to me, almost seem like they're what the parent family experienced, but it's almost like a slow ramp up. Can you talk about that? Can you talk to us about, and the audience, about how you're experiencing things and how it's either the same or different?
We compared it. We said it was the same to
You
what
want me
they
to
were
answer
experiencing.
that, or do you speak with them?
Let's let Corey talk about that for a second.
We said it was the same because a lot of the things that they had witnessed, they described were honestly the same things that we were witnessing as time went on, except for them it was like for a year or something like that. We were getting it like in 2 or 3 months. We were seeing black masses. We were
The
seeing
doors
shadow
opening,
figures.
the clicking of the doors.
But now the thing is that we came in with the understanding that this could possibly be haunted. So let's attack it differently. We'll come in with the open mindset. We'll be respectful. That's the way we treat every potential haunted house. Is you go in, treat them as you would want to be treated, talk to them just like you would want to be talked to, and see where the cards lie after that's said and done. And I think when we came in and with an open line of communication, they responded in turn, and it's paying dividends right now for us because they're like, for lack of better words, they're like family to us. People have been like, hey, we'll come in and cleanse the farm, we'll do this and do that, and it's like, why? Nothing bad is happening to us.
Right.
I don't think that it's even necessarily possible to cleanse the house per se, nor do I think it is necessarily our right to even attempt to do so.
Right.
I think that spirit exists for a reason, and that the spirits that we encountered there, I can't speak for any other family. I'm experienced, I know the amount of perhaps energy little girls brought into that house after it was a relatively dormant. Experience of the house is different, and it's not how receptive they are. None of us went in there looking; those were not on the radar for our family. That was not anything that any of us anticipated or even considered moving into the house. We were kind of hit upside the head with it. Whereas the Heinkens moved in knowing the reputation of the house, knowing that there was a good chance that they would have some kind of activity during the course of their stay, and had some intent to actually measure it. I can't speak for what it is and what it's worth. All I know is what our experiences were in the house. And all I know is that in my comparative analysis, talking Heinzen family, a lot of the things that are happening to them happened to us, and some things are happening to them that's in the house. And I don't know if it's because of the energy or the receptivity that they bring to it versus what it was for our experience. I feel that some people say, oh, your family was cursed. Well, you know what? I think our family was blessed to have had the experiences that we did, even the negative experiences that we had in that house, because it was ultimately an extremely enlightening way to live. And it taught all of us lessons about life and death and the afterlife with us for the duration of our own lives. And when my baby sister died in 2017, had we not grown up and lived in the way that we did at that house, when she came to let us know she was okay, I don't know if we would have known that it was her, if we would have even recognized the signs, had we not been exposed in the way that we were growing up at the farm. And so I'm grateful for my experiences there. And that's my answer.
Mike is not up. Hold on. Like you guys, Corey and Jennifer, like you've said to me on several occasions, things seem to be kind of starting out the way you understand they happened with the parent family. Does that concern you? Are you worried about where this could go and what could happen, and what you might have to deal with, especially you do have your kids there?
For me, it's always in the back of my mind. I hate to say, I think it concerned me more last summer because we didn't know what we were getting into. The longer we're here, we're definitely more comfortable. You always have it in the back of your mind, but I'm definitely more comfortable compared to what we were last summer.
I mean, that being said, like, you just never know with this.
Right.
I mean, it can turn on a dime. So, everything's fine and dandy one day, and then the next day it's active and it's attacking people, and it just, you just never know when it comes to this kind of stuff. That's why, we tread lightly. Luckily, we have a good support system. We have a lot of friends that have been in the field for a long time, and we trust them.
Right.
So, we always know that we have people that we can call and ask advice from, and
right.
And if it does get out of hand, we can get in a car and head back up to Maine.
Right.
That's one of the benefits of owning two houses.
To back up.
Yeah.
So just so you know, somebody named I think it's either Emma Hopper or Emma Hooper said that she saw a shape walk through the dining room. Is it the dining room? Dining room. She says the dining room. She saw a shape. It was like an outline, not filled in, but like an outline of a shape is how she described it.
Just now or earlier?
Hopefully.
Her comment came up just now, pretty much.
Like if people are seeing.
I love it when people see things and they report on it, and I want to bring it to you guys when they say stuff like that. So it'd be great to know if that's something also you've experienced.
Yeah, it would be nice too. This is great for us to review on the camera. We can go back and look at it. So I would ask that if people see stuff like that, it would be great if they could put a timestamp on it, so that when we look at the cameras, we can go back and look and see what they're seeing.
But we have seen that anomaly.
Right.
It actually sets off the motion sensors on the cameras.
Okay, so it's not going to see it again.
So.
Yeah, we do see that often.
All right. Well, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, guys, but we do have our guest. Are we ready for our guest? Are we ready for our special guest?
Yes.
We're ready.
I know you guys are ready.
I'm ready too. I don't know if you
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
We can see. Oh, here we go. There we go. All right. All right. Hey, so for those of you who are streaming at home and watching this, there are technical issues that we are experiencing. This is the first time that this has been done on this level, so we do appreciate everybody's patience. Please bear with us as we work through these issues. But what's that? Yeah, so basically what happens is when there are like internet hiccups, audio has a tendency to drop out. So we're on it. We're working it constantly. The not everybody. I've seen that there's some commentary about people talking about people's signals don't look good and stuff. I mean, everybody's on lockdown, right? We're all quarantined, and we're getting signals from people's houses. Andrea's coming in from Florida. She's working off of Wi-Fi. I'm plugged directly into my modem, but I don't have great, wonderful upload speeds, so sometimes I'm dropping out. The best signals we're getting are from the house. We know that they worked on that, and they wanted to make sure everybody had a great experience in terms of being able to see what they're up to and being able to see into the house. So they've got pretty good upload speeds, and their picture looks good.
anything remotely to like what people have seen in movies, or specifically The Conjuring. And I had an experience where I was able to go to the premiere of The Conjuring when it came out in LA, and I was invited by another director because he told James Wan, like, hey, I know a real life ghost hunter, and he was familiar with my work that I've done on Ghost Hunters International. So he invited me to the premiere. And I believe, did you attend that premiere too? I was talking to Andrea. I think she was.
That's where I met you, dear.
Yeah, I recall seeing you there, but I didn't have the guts to come and say hi to you.
Yes, I met you. Hi, sweetheart. Yes, that's where I met you.
Okay, so I think I was introduced to you by James Wan and Mike Mendez. And yeah, so that was my first interaction with you. Yes, and I was so shy and excited to meet you. And that was a really fun night. And I was really lucky to go to that movie. But I also had the chance to really talk to James Wan and ask him, you know, because he asked my opinion about it. He's like, as a paranormal investigator, what do you think about this? And I'm like, oh my God, James Wan is asking me my opinion on this. Like, this is nuts. So, I mean, I told him, I was like, I personally have never come across anything like that. Like, I have definitely have seen
honestly, I found it on a Facebook post.
There's a full body apparition behind you right now.
He's laughing too.
It makes it even more scary. I found it on a Facebook post in one of the ITC groups that I had belonged to. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning, and somebody had posted it and said they heard that the Harrisville house was going up for sale, or the Conjuring house, excuse me. And yeah. So we had some friends that lived down here that actually knew the owner and knew the realtor. And I asked Jen, I was like, you know, just entertaining this for a second. You know, who knows if it could happen? You know, let's at least go around and look at it. And she agreed, and we came down and we actually met with the owner. We didn't even meet the time we came down.
Yeah.
And like it was something that didn't want to be put on the market, like they wanted to keep it low key, and everything just fell into place. It was like divine, I won't say divine intervention, what's the word I'm looking for?
Synchronicity.
Kind of,
Like,
yeah.
you know, like
Meant
all
to
those things
be.
kind of building together.
Yeah.
Because we weren't getting our hopes built up because it was like, there's no way this is gonna work, there's no way, because this was a second home for us and it was quite a bit of money, and I was just like, it ain't gonna work, it ain't gonna work, it ain't gonna work, and all of a sudden we're signing paperwork, I was like, uh-oh. So, here we are.
So what would you tell me about the house, like on a basic level, like what's the acreage that it sits on, like, is it how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, square footage, the home, like, tell me about that.
We got 3,100 square feet.
The house.
The house itself.
Yeah.
It sits on 8.5 acres. We have a pond, we have a creek,
Yeah.
I guess you call it a creek. Three bedrooms,
Technically, could be four.
could be four,
But we
depending
use
if you want.
three. Yeah.
Yeah. 2 full baths,
I think it's listed as a 16-room home.
yeah,
Oh, because everything's so compartmentalized within the house.
yeah. But it's gone through changes, like they have an open concept here, but it can definitely be like sectioned off, if you will,
Yeah.
which
Right.
I'm debating on doing because it gets cold in here.
Right, it keeps it easier.
Yeah.
Just looking at the photos from the house on the outside, I can just imagine Andrea's childhood with all of her sisters playing in the yard and how beautiful that is. I mean, just having all those trees around. I look at the house and I don't get this like foreboding vibe. I mean, I've never been there personally, but you know, I kind of went on like the rabbit hole on YouTube looking at, you know, other people that have been to the house and their footage of like around the house, and I'm just like, what a great, beautiful piece of land with all the trees. I can imagine all the animals. You get to really see the seasons there. Like, I saw the little ponds, and I'm just like, if this were my house, I would just sit outside with a cup of coffee and meditate every day. Like, it's
Yeah.
so beautiful. I'm going to be honest. And I'm a sucker for classic homes.
Yeah.
I saw that you had like a well in the basement, you know, when people had to dig their own wells. That's really cool. Do you think that a lot of the activity in the house, do you think of it as like maybe being bound to the house because of its, I guess, terrestrial location? You know, you do have, I mean, sources of water, and I don't know what type of rock or substrate is under the house, but I mean, I do think that, I want to know if you agree with me, that when you have the right types of elements around the home, that it can actually offer itself as kind of like a earthly recording device. You know, we forget that, you know, just we've invented things like cassette tapes, you know, they use magnetic strips to like hold on to like images and sounds and things like that. And do you think that maybe the environment that the home is built on leads to it being a perfect environment or conducive environment for paranormal phenomena?
Are you talking about the stone tape theory?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm like, I've heard this before. I'm just trying to remember what the name of it is. It very well could be. I know the foundation itself is granite slab, all the way around,
Yeah.
which you never see from what people say. I'm not a house person. I don't know much about houses. But they're like, yeah, you don't see that anymore. The property itself sits on top of a giant aquifer. I don't know if you heard Andrea talking about the Lost River of New Hampshire. Is that what she said?
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was covered over during the ice age, the last ice age, and but we sit on a giant aquifer, and it's so big that the previous owner actually was approached about bottling this water by some major corporation. I don't know which
Right.
company it was, but she didn't do it. But that's just how big this aquifer is. Plus,
Wow.
we sit on 2 major ley lines, like they intersect right around this area.
Right.
So it's I don't know. It's
I think that's, I mean, when I, like a lot of the research that I've done, and I've been able to go all over the world and see all different types of, I guess, Earth and terrestrial settings, and a lot of the places, the reason why I was asking that, and I don't know if anybody really, I love that you did the research too, to figure out that you have like ley lines that cross on the property, that you sit on a pretty pristine body of water, that your foundation is granite, and granite in itself is it's got a bunch of things in it. It's got like lime, it's got like types of quartz in it, things like that, which have been, are known to, be conducive to energy. And I do believe that a lot of the things, it's hard, like Andrea was saying, like, can you get rid of this energy? Like, if you come in and you go about, whichever way you go about, getting a priest or a shaman or, like a spiritual healer, like, how does that override the very foundation of the planet and everything that encompasses in and around the house? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I just don't understand, like, how you can just, like, omit an energy that way.
True. Never thought of it like
so,
that.
So it's like when you, it's gonna be what it is gonna be. And I also think that, like, you guys being there kind of adds to the energy of the house, to every family that's been there. And so I love that Andrea also mentioned that everybody's interaction with the house and experience with the house and the phenomena is different depending on the individual. So I feel like you guys being there will also leave an imprint on the house that would eventually morph the phenomena within the home too. Especially because you guys have more an understanding of the phenomena, and you guys don't have a fear of it. I feel like when people go into a home that has this type of activity in it, fear-based thoughts and like creates anxiety and churns the energy into a negative direction, which creates for a negative experience. And you guys come in respectfully, inquisitive minds that are open. So I think that will eventually ruin the house and change the activity in itself. So I love that. Another question I had for you guys was, and I chose not to watch the movie before this, because I think the last time I saw this movie was years ago, because I did not want to ask any questions about the movie, so I just wanted to get a clean, unbiased interpretation of the home from you guys. So the house was initially built, do you know what for? I know that people were mentioning that is it true it was used for like childbearing or a hospital or some sort of midwifery unit? Like what was the house used for?
I believe it was used just as a normal house. I know the boarding room upstairs, I'm guessing there had to have been a midwife here that local people came to be able to use that room for birthing. But other than that, I don't believe it was used for any other purpose than
Is that something you
a
know
home.
about, Andrea?
Andrea, do you know? You're still looped into the conversation. Do you know?
It was a family home.
Yeah.
It was one of the original Providence plantation. Yes. Yeah, it was a family home. It was the Richardson family.
Yeah.
And then through marriage, it became the Arnold estate. But it was built originally from a family that followed Roger Williams down from the Massachusetts Bay Colony, where he had been expelled, and came and founded the Rhode Island. And it was actually the Indians who saved his life, because he was thrown out of the Massachusetts Bay Colony for being a rabble rouser. And he
way to Canada during the end of the war, when so many of the slaves that were leaving the South needed a place to stay on their way to
But in
freedom.
terms of
But there are many stories about that.
Andrea, Andrea, in terms of you know, how
Yes.
in terms of how houses were built back then, I mean, that house has that one room in it that's attached to your room, where apparently women would go and have their babies in. Is that just something that was, you know, a common room in houses back then, or was there, you know, like Susan is alluding to, was the house you?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that was a common thing. And it, it was a common thing. There were no hospitals per se. And when you walk through, and I'm sure, you know, in all of her investigations over the years, Susan knows that what I speak of is true. I mean, you could go into any of the old cemeteries in New England and children I never met. I wouldn't, I don't know how any woman would survive the loss of a child. I don't, especially a baby. And yet that was standard fare back then. So yeah, there was very often a place, a space in most of the older homes that was designated particularly for the birthing of children and the laying out of children after they died. And a lot of them were stillborn because there wasn't a lot of
Right.
great
Mhm.
nutrition at that time. It was just a damn hard time to be alive.
Yeah, I would imagine. I think all of that too, like, could also lead into like maybe some of the traumatic energies that, you know, get left behind, you know, like imagine having to go like full term and, you know, giving
Yeah.
birth to something that was going to attribute to your family name, you know, and it's just all of a sudden, you know, they die from, you know, influenza, like you said, and it's just, yeah, it's nuts. So Bathsheba, that's another character that, how did she become I guess a haunt in the home? Like, who discovered her?
To our understanding, it was Lorraine.
Mrs. Warren. No, that's okay. Go ahead. Okay.
No,
It was, Mrs. I am anyway. It was my mother. My mother. I mean, oh
Yeah.
God, this is yeah. I'm trying to adjust to the format and not talk over
I think
anybody
it was
or
the mother that brought it up to you,
inappropriately.
right?
This is difficult. I'm doing my best here. Uh, Mr. Sherman. She was not an Arnold. She was not of the Richardson clan. She was actually born of the union between the Thayer and the Taft family, who were both very prominent, wealthy families that had a lot to do with the building of Rome, how she ended up being married to a farmer out in Harrisville, the village of Harrisville. I do not know, no one does. She never lived at the farm, but as the crow flies, she and her husband lived about maybe a mile away on their farm, the Sherman farm up on Collins Gap Road. I found out 3 months ago that her husband, Judson Sherman, actually died on that property on the Arnold estate. And that's just perhaps that is one of the reasons why Sis Warren picked up on some kind of attachment of Bathsheba to that farm. But Mr. McKee told my mother, and he was 10 years old when she died in 1885. She did not die of a broken neck. She died of complications from a stroke she had, and she lived to be a mother. She, as I had mentioned, 3 of her 4 children. Only one survived her, Herbert. And she had a very bad reputation in the town. Mr. McKee told my mother that we knew him when he was in his 90s, and he told my mother that she was very unkind to her farm hands, and they would beat them and starve them and make them sleep and they pulled out the barn and not provide for her properly, that she was a miserable, hateful woman. And I am her great defender because there is no proof anywhere of the rumors that swirl to this day that she was a practicing one and that she took the life of it at the Arnold estate that discovered to have had a needle in the base of its skull when it was examined after death and was in her care when it happened. There is no proof anywhere that she killed the baby. There's certainly no proof anywhere that, I mean, it was an inquest that happened in the town of Patrick. The town of Monroeville was not even incorporated as a town when this happened in the early 1800s. But in the court of public opinion, she was tried and convicted, and people were throwing around a very dangerous word at the time, according to Mr. My teacher. He said that she was Dutch, who had sacrificed an infant to Satan in exchange for eternal youth and beauty. And she was apparently a very beautiful, ravishingly beautiful young woman. I've only seen one photograph of her, and that was true, that she was lovely. But she was also hated, and so she lived her entire adult life with that hanging over.
No one should be accused of murder unless they have some Bible evidence. And so I am her defender, and I certainly cannot absolve her. I was not there. I do not know. But I think that if there had been any evidence that she had committed a murder and this being an accident, perhaps falling into a sewing basket or whatever, I don't know. All I know is that proof anywhere that she was practicing witch, that even a few decades before could have gotten me killed in Salem. A very dangerous word to throw around, even to this day in some parts of the world, and as you well know.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I am a defender because I think that had there been any Bible evidence, she wouldn't be buried inside of the cemetery with her family. And so she's just part of the folklore. And I tell her story in my trilogy of books. I tell her story for more than one reason. I tell her story for the lesson that it teaches those who can read between the lines and understand that rumor and innuendo are dangerous things, and words have power. Words can be used as weapons, and words can, haunt you in life and afterlife.
Yeah.
So I will always defend Beth Sherman until I have proof of that she did anything to harm any of her life in terms of claiming a life. None of us will ever know. Susan, you well know.
Right.
Nobody ever walks up to you and says, well, hello, my name is. For me, experiencing them, interacting with them is a gift.
Yeah.
To me, that's proof that multiple dimensions exist simultaneously.
Yep.
And to be able to communicate with spirit is a gift.
Right.
And I consider it sacred. I don't want to make them go away. I don't feel that I would ever have the right to make them go away.
Right.
It was their house. So I think that they're here for a reason. I think that good prevails. I think that we should be the light we seek. And I think that to be touched by spirit is
absolutely. I 100% agree with you.
A glimpse in the realm from which we come and will inevitably return.
So speaking of, I guess, personal belief systems and things like that, I did have one of my questions to ask the Heinzens is, do you feel comfortable sharing if you are religious or spiritual?
I was raised Roman Catholic, so can't talk for these heathens, but
me too.
I was also baptized Catholic as well.
I wasn't. I wasn't raised with any religion at all, but once we got married, I did start going to the Catholic church with him, and our kids have been baptized and they're Catholic. But out of all of them, I'm probably the only one that still goes to church well, I shouldn't say faithfully anymore because we haven't been in a long time due to the quarantine and not as faithful as I was. But I'd say out of everybody, I'm probably the most religious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So how would you interpret the activity that goes on in the home? What do you feel from it, and how does that make sense to you?
It's so hard for me to say because I love the home. I love being here. I don't know. I think out of everybody, I'm probably more connected to the home than any of them. And I don't know if it is due to religion. I don't know. This is hard for me to explain because I can't explain the activity. I can't explain. I don't know what it is or why it's doing it, but it's hard for me to, I don't know.
She likes the house so much, her friends make her have a code word to make sure that it's always her. So she's not possessed.
I like that. Have you ever experienced any forms of possession in the home? Have you noticed that your moods change in the house, or there's tension between you guys? I've had experiences when I've gone into really haunted locations that it kind of can bring out aspects of my personality that are not the best, and I could get maybe a little catty or depressed or self-conscious, and those things get projected outwardly. And I do think that those can be mini forms of possession. Sometimes a house can change your personality, can change your mood, you know what I mean? And I was just curious to know, how has that affected you guys?
I don't notice it in myself or anyone else but Corey. If he's here for too long, especially because we still have the house in Maine, if I'm up in Maine and he's here, it's almost like an immediate personality switch that I notice in him.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's just being picky. But no,
she likes you better when you're in Maine.
there are certain places, we were just talking about it earlier with Andrea, that there's certain places in the house, if you spend too much time in there, you definitely feel a change. And
Right.
I've never really felt that way. I've never been in a haunted location for as much amount of time as I have here.
Right.
So I can't really say that for all the other places, but it definitely wears on you to the point where it's like, I can't be here anymore. I need a break. And
Yep.
like for the longest time, I'd go home for like a week just to recharge my batteries, if you would,
Right.
and then come back down. And and it's nothing bad. It's just I don't feel myself.
Right.
Right.
And I know it affects my family, so I just that's what I do.
So how did you guys get into investigating the paranormal? How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing it for a little over 10 years now. They just kind of fell into it by default.
Mm-hmm.
I used to do it with you when I was
Yeah.
younger. When you first got started into it, I used to go with them on investigations back in Maine and everything.
But
What
I have-
locations?
Locations, there's a community center back at home, I should say, and we used to investigate that place all the time.
Yeah, and a lot of residential cases up in
Mhm.
Maine. Corey would take him to, but you haven't been to like the places you've been.
Yeah, I haven't been to one here. So
Yeah, it hasn't gone in big ones.
no big ones, no.
I mean, you guys
Residential.
living in the Northeast is like ripe with a lot of activity. I mean, just because of the historical, I guess, like it wasn't really, if you think about it in the grand scheme of like human existence, it was only colonized like yesterday, a couple hundred years ago, and there's a lot of struggle between like taking over that land, especially when you're taking it away from people who've lived there for tens of thousands of years. So I could just imagine that turmoil and, settling a place like over there in the Northeast of the United States is not an easy task, especially with the weather out there. So I just like imagine I've only ever, I think the farthest I've ever investigated was in Buffalo, New York. I've gone to Philadelphia for investigations, but I have to say I don't get the chance to investigate in the States as often as I like. But that being said, so you started investigating 10 years ago and you've decided to turn this home into this paranormal lab, so to speak. How do you do that? What's your thought process behind that? Like, where do you have your cameras located? What type of equipment are you using to corroborate the activity that's been going on?
I mean, we have a 16 camera DVR system. It's hooked up like Big Brother. I mean, 4K system, motion detection. We have real-time audio running 24/7. Well, we did have real-time audio, but I mean, it was getting to the point where we were just collecting so much information. It was like,
Who's gonna go through it?
Who's going to go through it? And don't
I
get me
was
wrong.
just about to say that.
It's exciting, but at the same time, it's like, okay, we know what we're witnessing. We know it's for other people to experience.
Right.
And that's our biggest thing about wanting to buy this home, was for people to be able to experience it. Because it's not one of those movies that was based on true events that ended up being fake, like the Blair Witch Project.
Right.
I mean, this was real.
Right.
And it tells a story, and regardless whether we're getting like the Hollywood version or a different version of it, the point is we're getting the activity, and everybody that's come here is experiencing it, and that's what we want.
Right.
So,
What are you hoping to teach people that experience this phenomena?
I mean, I want people to like open their eyes and realize that, there is something out there that's bigger than us.
Yeah, a lot more surrounding.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many, we're going to get more questions than answers. I know that, Nobody's
Yeah.
gonna figure it out anytime soon, I'm sure.
Right.
And even if we do, there's gonna be some scientist is like, no, it's wrong. So it's like, okay. But
I understand. I know it's kind of a struggle, but at the same time, so you guys are obvious believers in the paranormal, having experienced things, having captured footage and EVPs. So do you think that, how do you interpret? Have you ever encountered anything that was like malevolent or out to harm you? Have you ever been scratched or pushed or possessed in a negative way that do you feel that people should fear and antagonize energies like this?
no.
No. We definitely don't feel like, no. We've had paranormal groups that have come through here that have been scratched, and there have been groups that have left earlier than they expected because of their experience here. But
what do you think leads those people to have those experiences? Have you noticed like their tactics or like how they approach the home, that they get singled out and have a negative experience like that?
One group for sure.
Yeah, they got kind of bum scoop from a psychic that they trusted, told them to provoke this male entity that was silencing like the children entities here.
Right.
And she thought it would be a good idea to mention burning down the house to this male entity. And then all of a sudden one of their, I guess he was the skeptic of the group, got scratched. Like it was pretty good. It was a pretty good scratch.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he sat out in the car for probably a good hour in a snowstorm. Wouldn't come back in the house.
Right.
Wow.
And finally, we got him back in here, and then all of a sudden, they got to talking about it, and they're like, "We really screwed up."
Right.
And
them talking back on their experience, and even the psychic that told them to do this, it was almost like they didn't believe themselves that they actually did it, and even the psychic couldn't believe herself that she actually told them to do it. Like it's not within, they know better. It's not what they normally do. It's not, they didn't know why they did it. They looked back on it and when they were reflecting it, and they didn't know why. The psychic wasn't here. She called remotely, and the whole scenario just wasn't what they expected. It was,
Yeah. So do you feel that, have you had, well, first of all, are you guys part of a team, or are you am I looking at it right now? You guys are the official team.
No, we got there's Bill and John.
He's hiding in the corner.
Yeah, Bill's on.
Okay.
John's hiding in the back with the dog because he keeps barking.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're kind of like a ragtag group of misfits that like doing it.
I like that.
I feel like most people that get in the paranormal are a little bit of a ragtag misfit. There are varying degrees of us, that's for sure. But I really have to commend you guys for sticking it out in location, because what people don't see, and I'm guilty for portraying this on television myself, coming from, the Ghost Hunters franchise and all that, is, people think that they could go into a home or a location and figure out what the haunt is in one night, And to be honest, what I really loved doing about, when I worked with Ghost Hunters, we actually would film at a location over a week of, whether it's going there to shoot B-roll, going there for interviews. And so we actually were able to get a vibe of the location. And then we would spend 2 nights at, deep in it with gear on and everything, And even then you would just with the types of things that we would capture would just be scratching at the surface of what's actually going on there. And I think that people need to live in a location to properly understand, the type of phenomena. And Andrea and her family didn't have the opportunity because, like she mentioned earlier before I got on, they didn't have equipment. She said they had just invented a Polaroid camera, right, when she was living there. And, their only tool was the use of a psychic, which, is obviously all psychics have their interpretation of what they see. And they also, it's not like psychics get this full-on movie picture of what's happening. They get fragmented little things like puzzle pieces that they put together, you know? And so even then they're just scratching at the surface if they're legitimately a psychic or not, you know? So I think that you guys are gonna do this house a huge service and favor by being there and living there. And now that we have this field, you know, where there are paranormal investigators that have, you know, tangible things like, you know, cameras and video equipment, audio equipment, you're going to really be able, having an opportunity. Oh, we have Madison now. Madison joined in. Family is here. I think you guys are doing a huge service. And Andrea mentioned earlier that she's wants a database of all of this type of activity. You know, she wants to have like one, I guess, concise like folder with like all the video footage and audio footage and photographs taken at the home, because I feel, you know, it's funny because I don't feel like anybody really compiled everything together. And I know that didn't ghost hunters go to the house to investigate there at one? Yeah.
We can hear
I
you.
just let's
Okay, I'm here. I'm here.
Let's
I'm
just
here.
do an introduction on Jay. Like, I feel like most people see Jay as this like dark zone curator, but he had produced every ghost hunter show that had ever come out, except for the most recent one. So Jay has been out with Ghost Hunters, Ghost Hunters Academy, and Ghost Hunters International. He's worked on a ton of other paranormal series, behind the scenes, field producing. He's always talking to the clients. He's, you know, looking at the locations, and he's dealing with the teams. So this guy definitely knows it all and has met everybody in the field for the most part. So yeah, you were here, right? You were here with Ghost Hunters.
I was, yes. Thank you. You're so sweet. I appreciate it. Yeah, we were there before the movie. We were there when, from my perspective, it was just a house. It was another location. And like I've said to anybody who asks, I find these locations, and especially this one, very peaceful. You know, we do these investigations with the ghost hunting groups, or you know, whatever show I'm on, and they do their thing, and I get to sit back in a dark location that's quiet, and I just get to listen, and it's always a peaceful experience for me. It's funny because I've said this to Andrea. She's heard me say this, and other people have heard me say this, that I don't ever experience anything. I mean, I've had a couple weird things that have happened to me during the course of my time on these shows that I couldn't explain, but for the most part, I don't experience things like you guys do, like you know, people who are kind of in tune to, you know, this reality, the reality of the paranormal, who have been like really doing it, like, because I'm a storyteller, right? I like to, I've been fascinated with the paranormal since I was a little kid, and I think probably the Warrens had a lot to do with that, because like the Amityville Horror was one of the very first kind of paranormal movies that I just, you know, that really captured my imagination. So the stories that the Warrens have been involved in have always been, you know, kind of shaping my interest in the paranormal. But this particular story, I wasn't even aware of when I went to the house originally, and we were brought there by the Ghost Hunters, and you know, John Zaffis was there. He was part of it, and it was the only time I really worked with John Zaffis. And you know, it's for me, it was a house. It was another location. Now things happened. You know, the Ghost Hunters, when they were there, they experienced activity, doors opening and closing. I remember, I think John Zaffis was sitting in a chair that in what is currently the library. It was a study, I think, at that time, and the chair started vibrating. So, and I've heard those stories. Am I off? I've heard those stories of chairs vibrating and beds vibrating and things like that. So that was some of the experiences that occurred that evening. But yeah, I've been at the house, and it was way before I even knew what the place was. So it's, for me, they're always very peaceful, calm experiences.
Yeah. You get to just sit in the dark and take notes down,
Yeah.
which is actually really nice. Because a lot of the times I feel like in locations, people go in and they're constantly bombarding questions, like interrogating ghosts. They're like, you're not ghost hunters, you're like ghost interrogators, like you go in there and it's just all about like EVPs. Everybody's just like, tell me your name, do something for me. They're just so demanding. And I think it's so important to just kind of sit with the environment and stop, just be quiet, shut up, take the camera off of your face. A lot of these investigators go into locations and they're not shooting the location, they're shooting themselves. And I'm just like, investigation. I noticed that a lot of people go in locations and they're just like talking to the camera and then they're panning around. And it's just like, that's, I love that you guys actually have your DVR system set up. It's got 16 channels and those cameras are not going to move. I think that's the best way to investigate. I can't tell people more, like put those handheld cameras down. You need to have stationary cameras up. You need to have a DVR system recording. That way you get to like see where the investigators are, like what sounds are coming from rooms. It kind of helps to take away all the false positives that people get, on investigations. And another thing I was curious about is how are you guys living in a totally rigged house? How do you maintain your privacy? Like, how does that work? I mean, how are you going to do that this whole week? Are you guys spending the night somewhere like off site or you spending the night there? Like, is there a room that doesn't have a camera in it? And do you go there? Yeah, you go there to have all your serious family conversations always happen in the bathroom now, where you get in your little fights and things. You have to do it like off camera.
Family meeting in the bathroom.
Yeah, family meeting in the bathroom.
There's no cameras in a room in the back, but that's kind of like where our couch is. We have 2 big screen TVs set up. It has the refrigerator, a bathroom. I mean, it's got a shower even if we needed, we don't use it down there. We use it here, but it's a room down there that's got all the comforts of out here if we need to be.
So you've turned one room into like a studio apartment.
Basically.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a loft that we put a bedroom up there and some, yeah, kind of.
So I noticed that Madison is streaming in from another location. So where are you right now?
I'm in Maine.
Okay, so you're at the other family house.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And why is that, Madison? Tell everybody why that is.
Well, there were several factors, but I personally am scared of the paranormal and don't like the house. So between work and some school, but after all the factors, I just decided that I did not want to stay down there for a week because I know I wouldn't be able to sleep and just it's too much.
Well, that's understandable. I mean, it's also a huge undertaking to have to do a 24/7 live event in a home that's constantly streaming.
Right.
I mean, honestly, kudos to you guys for doing that. That's absolutely nuts. And I don't know anybody else who has done this before. So this is the first.
Sure.
Yeah, you guys are nuts for sure.
We've been told that before.
I see one sane person in your main right now.
The smart one.
It was top 10, so I'll give her that.
Oh, there you go. So also you guys are expecting for this event, is there anything that you're hoping to discover by doing this event? Like, what was your inclination for saying, yes, we will have the dark zone in our home, invading our privacy for an entire week?
I'm hoping to get some answers, from people that might have experienced stuff like this, investigated places like this. I mean, because, I mean, let's face it, besides the Warrens, Pyro, Ghost Hunters at one time, and I think maybe like I could count on a hand how many other teams have been here. You know, nobody's really been here to give us an honest opinion on it.
I think the coolest thing, Corey, I mean, I'm not on camera, but like, I think the coolest thing is the fact that all these people out there are going to help us
Right.
watch all this video. They're going to help us like actually ghost hunt this thing 24/7 because we just live.
Yeah, it takes the load off of you guys having to review your DVR footage.
Makes us sound lazy.
I'm sorry, but people don't realize what a huge task it is to go through hours of footage. Okay, like that is something that takes a long time. You know, that every piece of equipment, if you're doing your work properly, you've got to, from, you know, opening of that recording to the very end of it, and you're watching it not in, I don't watch any of my footage in double time or any of that. I'm watching it real time. If that camera was on for 8 hours, I'm staring at that for 8 hours.
Yeah.
You know, and then if you have 6 of those cameras,
Yep.
you know, it's nuts. So I would be like, what I would do for ghost hunters, and I don't even know if TV shows do this anymore. Investigators go out and they set up all this gear, and I know certain teams that shall not be named don't even review their own footage. You know, they kind of just give it to the production company to make do of what it is, and you know. But with ghost hunters, we would take a good 3 days off after our investigation, and I would literally be holed up in my hotel room with a clamshell, you know, looking at, you know, if we had like 6 cameras up and we're running for 8 hours, I'm looking at that footage 6 different times for 8 hours each. And then on top of that, I'm wearing headphones, listening to all the audio that's being recorded. And that, I tell you, is, it's tough. It's so tough. It's so incredibly tough. And to be sharp and not get tunnel vision and to like be keen, you know, like it's a very tough job to do. And, you know, when you have a team of like 6 people, you can delegate and like split up like, you know, delegate the tasks to people, you know, they all take turns watching different pieces of footage. So I am really looking forward to having people, I mean, they don't realize that's why it's so important about having this live stream. It is so that we have other people who signed on to kind of help us sift through all of the possible evidence that we can gather within this week's time.
Right.
And you guys are in the house full time right now, so that you have that energy there. You know, I feel like, do you feel that the energy changes when you guys leave? That's another thing I wanted to know. Like, if you're not there for, let's say, like a month because you're living in Maine and you go back to the house, does it feel different?
We've never been gone that long, but I will say I've probably been gone. Well, actually, you've probably been gone from the house the longest, and you've probably gone a month. But I think the longest I was gone was maybe
2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Maybe well, I guess close to a month, maybe about 3 weeks. And it is awkward walking into the house again. Like, you're fearful that the energy has changed, but I mean, it subsides, I guess. It's kind of like a weird feeling.
Yeah. I'm just curious to know, like, what goes on in the house when you guys are away. You know, sometimes like your energy can like impose upon the energy in a location. And maybe that's why people experience the haunt, because there's kind of like this clashing of energies and psyches within the house, you know, and when the energies in the house get the freedom to just be themselves with like no other influences. Have you noticed that the activity is different? Do you get more, I mean, obviously you're there to witness the activity if you're in the house, but have you ever picked up activity on anything that's happened? Sorry, there's a flying.
I'd say last summer, a lot of, not a lot, but the flashing lights that we get upstairs in the bedroom, that's one activity that always happens when nobody's here. When I know the house is empty, that's when I like to, because I have it on my phone, so I can review the cameras from my comfort of the home in Maine when we're not here. That's when I like to review the footage because I think it is active when we're not here. Like I can find a lot of activity when we're not here.
Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does your system let you know when there's movement in the house, kind of like secure, so it's like giving you a notification when, oh, nobody's there for a week, no one's in the house. So all of a sudden there's like, oh, there's movement. So you go and you find that this light is going off in the house. And when you say this light is going off, is it like a light bulb in a lamp or in a ceiling fan or something? Or is this like an anomaly that just shows up on its own?
It's an anomaly that shows up on its own.
Yeah,
It's all over the place. Like there's no rhyme or reason for it.
There's no light source for it. There's no, because it's here and it's here and it's here and it's down over here and it's here, like, and it jumps. There's no source for it.
What would you say that it looks like? Does it look more like if sometimes I've seen light anomalies that look like when you strike a match, and it just kind of like, it's like a sparkler effect, or is it kind of something that's like your typical orb, the emitting light, or is this something that looks like a flash of lightning within the home? Like, how would you describe this light anomaly?
It's a flash of light. It's like, I compare it to like the old school flash bulbs that they used to have for cameras.
Right.
And you get it like over in the corner of the room, and after you see it, there's like a little blue orb, and it'll fizzle out, and then all of a sudden it'll happen again somewhere else in the room, and then it's on the floor, and then it's just like real quick. And the only thing that is I've noticed is you smell ozone like that.
I love it.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
like a lightning storm's about to happen or something.
And I've only seen it documented on one, like I've seen one documentary, like out of all the TV shows and stuff, I've only seen it on one documentary, and that was the Sir No Face documentary that Chad Kalick did. They recorded it as well. And
okay. So that's evidence in itself. Like, what do we take from that as a paranormal investigator? So that's another thing that's so important. Is like, okay, so you have equipment that can capture this type of phenomena, but you don't really put all the pieces together until you use your actual senses, like you go in there and you say, you smell this ozone. It kind of feels like, like after like heavy rain or thunderstorm. Is that what you're trying to describe? Like or is it kind of like a burnt electrical smell, like when you stick a fork in a toaster?
I would say like the air purifier. Like if you were to run an air purifier, that smell.
So
like there's positive charged ions, if that makes sense.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, if you have like one of those sharper image like air purifiers in your house, and your room just kind of has this like fresh, clean, like, so says something in itself. So there is some sort of biological, geographical factor here. There is something that is happening. There is a science to it. So now we have to figure out, what does that mean? What's causing this little electrical ionification within that room? Like, so that's very interesting. And that's something that if there's anybody watching right now, because I can't tell who's viewing, do keep an eye out for that. Which room is this? What camera?
It's the middle bedroom upstairs that it happens in most often.
But it's been caught in well, we call it the safe room, but it used to be the summer kitchen. Or Roger and Carolyn's old
used to sleep,
bedroom.
So if there's any night owls out there that can't sleep during this quarantine, please, we could definitely use your eyes in the wee hours of the morning to capture this type of phenomena. Is there any way that the viewer can like take a snapshot of this phenomenon when they happen, or is there any way that we'll be able, because Andrea mentioned, we were talking about earlier, like compiling all this evidence, and the reason why I talked about ghost hunters earlier is because, first of all, you're probably not going to get their evidence because it's owned by a production company, but maybe you could like keep it from the episodes or something like that. And, or, I mean, maybe they'll be cool enough and give you their evidence as part of like, something that ghost hunters found. But we need the viewers' help to help gather this type of evidence together in a concise way, so that way we could start, once we compiled everything together, we'll be able to understand what type of phenomena is actually happening. I think it's pretty interesting that you have these light anomalies and that they affect the environment around them. So that's really cool. I love that, which makes me believe that paranormal phenomena is really being called paranormal is a misnomer. It's just a undiscovered form of science that we have yet to be able to measure, because we have yet to create a tool to measure it, you know, and control the environment to a sense, because it always happens in an anomalous sense of, you know, in anomalous ways. You can't control that environment, but I feel if you knew what was going on in that room and what was causing the ionosphere to change within that room, if you could recreate that, and I know that there are places in the world, there's an organization called HARP, and I forget what the acronym is, but they're known, they have these giant like electronic, they pretty much what they do is they created a field of an ionosphere field, and they're saying, and a lot of conspiracy theorists say that they control the weather now and that they're the reason why global warming is happening. But I say, look into the sciences that HARP has been doing. I think it's HAARP. And if we were able to do like a little mini experiment to create like in that room, like bring that ionosphere up, maybe we'll be able to like recreate that phenomena, or, you know, stimulate an apparition or something to happen, you know? So, I mean, again, it's like we're learning on like how we can experiment in your house right now, just based off of that, you know? And that's what's great about having all of these things. Yeah. I hear you. I think he wants me to wrap up this interview because it's 1:03. I hear you.
We got you.
Oh, you're on the air.
Oh, okay, here we go. Hello. Hello. Okay. So basically, Susan, what I wanted to say is that I just want to chime in with something that you were saying about when you were talking to the audience in terms of, you know, seeing any kind of phenomena or whatever, or evidence. Yeah, these guys, they have the DVR, and I think probably one of the best things, if you're watching this on the stream from home, you know, just put a little time on there. I saw this at this time, you know.
Right.
And these guys are recording everything on their DVRs. They're able to go back and look, and if you guys catch something really interesting, and like we did last night, something happened while we were doing the live preview, or the free preview, and we talked about it this morning and we put it up. We are more than happy and capable, and these guys are waiting to do this, to review anything that you see, and we can do it in as close to real time as possible, and, you know, get it back to you guys and show you exactly what they think is going on. And I mean, there's so many cameras in this house, the likelihood of actually capturing it is very good.
Yeah, so I say, are we going to be able to pinpoint if somebody were to actually capture some sort of anomaly or phenomena, to capture that and put it on the Dark Zone, like Facebook or website?
A very good question. That would be something that would happen after the fact. I mean, obviously, there's going to be a ton of video to go through. As you know, it's if we're doing 7 days around the clock, you've done your share of you know, going through footage and reviewing stuff. Yeah, it takes forever. But yeah, we will be happy. We want to identify as much as we can that's actually happening, you know, during the stream, and talking and showing people and talking about it. But yes, if there's stuff that's caught after the fact, we will put it up on the Dark Zone.
Yeah, just don't show Madison.
Is there what? No.
She's
Thank
safe
goodness.
in her, yeah, she's safe in the non-haunted home right now.
Right, exactly. I can actually sleep.
But I'm surprised. Another thing that people always talk about, and I've experienced myself, is, you know, sometimes when you're a paranormal investigator, you bring your work home with you after a case. You know what I mean? So have you had any attachments from being in the farmhouse over in Harrisville and bringing it back with you to Maine?
I've never noticed anything, to be honest. But
I when we first bought the house, I would travel back and forth because I was still working in Maine full time. So I had a couple experiences in the beginning where like one night, I know I walked into the house after work. Madison was the only one home. I believe Corey was down here with Kyler, and Maddie was at work. And I knew she was at work. Her car was gone. I knew she wasn't there. But when I walked through the door, I swore her call my name. So I was like, hey, what are you doing? I thought you were working, and nothing. So I slowly creep up the stairs because I know she's not there, and she's not there. But there's I don't think our house in Maine is haunted. And there were a few incidences where I put my cell phone on a charger, and the way that it goes on the charger, there's no way for it to fall one side or the other. And it came up over the thing and went to the side in a way it just couldn't have. So
yeah,
there's been a few things, but nothing since last summer.
Okay. Well, maybe because they know you keep coming back, they don't even bother with traveling.
True.
You know, they're like, well,
them. They're just like, no, it's not worth
it's
it.
a long drive.
yeah. And I mean, it's, you know, sticky energies can be troublesome, you know, if you don't know how to deal with it. That's why it's something that, like, I was thinking, wow, okay, is Madison truly safe if she just stays in Maine, knowing that her family goes in and out of this house all the time? It could possibly bring back some of these haunts to your house in Maine. So just like, how safe are you, Madison?
Pretty safe right now.
I saw like a clip of your interview on our teaser for this whole live event, and I think you were in the house getting interviewed, and then you hear like this weird like little like buzzing, like little electrical sound, and I'm thinking she's probably used to it. She lives in the Conjuring house, and then I could hear Jay's voice in the back chime in like, no, it's okay, it's totally normal, this happens all the time. And I'm like, coming from the producer that's been on every ghost show.
That was actually Bill. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was you.
Is my audio on? Okay. Yeah, just so everybody knows, I have not been in that house since the first time I was there. We've been doing this all remotely. Bill Brock, who is there right now, and he's operating the iPhone that is covering the family right now. He has shot all the footage there that has ended up in our teasers and our promos and stuff like that. I mean, so yeah, Bill is the guy that's been very, very helpful in helping us get this. Yeah, he's our lifeline, helping us get this off the ground. Because
thanks, Bill.
I haven't been back to the house for a long time. I'd love to go, but it's in Rhode Island, and unfortunately, I live in California, and I've got a job.
He lies. He's scared.
No,
your house looks lovely. I'll come over whenever you'll have me.
I am not scared. I love these places.
Yeah. Well, let me know if you ever have a house guest. I would just, not to investigate, I would just love to like cook a dinner and kick it in the house, have some good food, drink some wine. That's all I want to do.
You would have to spend the night. You would have to.
I will. And thank you. That was I was cornering you into an invite, and it worked. You know? Yeah, I want to do some like yoga on your lawn. I want to like watch the frogs in your ponds.
There you go.
That's all I want to do.
It's wonderful. We love it.
Oh, I would love to see that. Yeah. What's the best time of year in the house? What do you think?
Fall time.
I really like the fall time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the leaves changing color and everything. It's
not too
Okay.
hot. It's not too cold. It's
That sounds really nice, actually. I'm born and raised in Florida, so it was like always tropical all the time. And I now live in California, and it's, still pretty much no weather. Sometimes it gets 50 degrees when it's like really cold. And now I'm in the desert, and it's really hot. So I love
here today.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Is it cold over there right now? It's like 50.
Yeah, we had snow flurries this morning.
Okay, because I saw he's going to be on soon. Joe Chin, who is a good friend of mine and investigated with me on Ghost Hunters. And well, I investigated with him. I mean, I came on afterwards. But he is kind of near that area, and my cousin lives in Vermont, and they're taking pictures, and there's like snow, and when they're talking I could see like their breath, and I'm like, how cold is it over there? When are you guys gonna get a break? When is spring coming?
Right?
We just had
Jeez.
snow in Maine.
Yeah, we got a lot of, Maddie said we got a lot of snow up in Maine.
Well, probably about an inch or two, but still, it's May. It's time to
Hey,
go.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
So is my audio up? Yeah. Hey, so we probably should take a break. We've been at this for a while. Susan, I don't know if you've gone through all your questions and you learned everything that you want to learn. I know you're going to be back with us a little later on.
Yeah, later on. Mm-hmm. Well, I think I'm scheduled to be back. Well, I mean, I wanted to.
Are you back tonight?
Yeah, I'm coming on again at 6 to check out the first night of investigation.
Great.
And then in the middle of the week, I'm going to come in and check on you guys again. And I'm going to try to see if I could, I was up last night till like 4 a.m. looking at houses. So funny because Corey was like, I found this house at 4 a.m. on Facebook or something. And I'm like, I was totally doing that last night. And if I can't go to sleep, I'll just be on the live feed and I'm going to just kind of watch and see if anything creepy happens.
Awesome.
Well, I want to let the audience know that whoever's watching the stream that we're gonna take a break. We've been sitting here for hours and hours. The family could use a little break. I'm sure everybody has to use the restroom at some point.
Yes.
The main show feed will go dormant for a minute, for a little bit. Probably we're not going to be coming back till about 2. All the cameras though should be active. You guys, if you want to continue to watch the camera feeds and make any notes about anything you see, we'll be able to check the logs of the chats and see what you guys have said. And feel free to keep doing that. That stuff will still be up and active. And we're just going to take kind of a human break that we need to take. So, Susan, thank you so much for coming on board.
Thank you. I'm so happy I got to meet you all, and hopefully one of these days I get to meet you in person. I know you, everybody that I know some people that I've been interviewing you all week. You guys have been sitting down answering questions. You've been so humble about it. So I just wanted to thank you so much. Like, seriously, you guys are doing something that's never been done in the paranormal community, and I commend you for that.
Well, thank you for being part of it, because we wouldn't be able to do this if everybody out there isn't helping us. So thank you for.
Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you so much. I'm definitely going to take you up on that offer. Not to ghost hunt, just to kick it, just to hang out in the house. Sometimes you don't have to go in there and interrogate your ghosts. Sometimes you just got to go and cook a nice meal and have some wine with them. Jay knows that this is a tactic of mine. I'll just go in. He knows. I don't ask questions. I let them come to me. You set the right energy and they'll come out.
Absolutely. All right.
Anyways, guys, thank you so much for having me. And I will see you guys later on today and throughout the week. And I'm just going to keep popping my head in. So
perfect. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay, so for you guys watching at home, we're gonna cut the family a break here, so everybody can kind of get refreshed and eat a little something, take a few breaths outside of the show, and when we come back, we're going to be coming back with some more special guests, and a little bit later on, Andrea will be able to answer any personal questions that you guys want to chat about, as long as we the chats don't become so overwhelming. We will certainly get to as many as we can. And then this afternoon, there's going to be another guest and then an investigation tonight. So stay tuned. And while we're actually off the stream, go ahead and check out those cameras and see what's going on. So thank you for watching, and we will be back.
Bye, Matt.
formerly of, well, he's done a lot of work and he's been in the paranormal for a long time, but Haunted Collector was probably the first time a lot of you saw Brian. And Brian was a tech expert on that show. And then currently he's on Travel Channel's Paranormal Caught on Camera, which is also a show that Susan does. So now we're getting to hear from another special guest from that show. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me. It's good to see you guys, especially in this age of quarantine.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's new for everybody, and we're all finding ways to kind of express our creativity and, talk about the things we like the paranormal. So in the age where we cannot collectively get together.
Oh, looks like we lost a host.
And I was question mark man for a second. Okay. Like I was saying, in the age where we can't all collectively get together in one place, this is the next best thing. So let's talk about the paranormal. And I know that you have your own particular expertise, and you would like to talk to the Heinzen family about some things. So I know that you probably know these guys a little bit, but let's start the conversation. Brian, you and the Heinzens, go.
Oh, hey guys, thank you for virtually allowing me into your home. It's very cool that you've done this for not just us and the paranormal community, but essentially the world. Guys, the world is watching. What do you want to say to them?
No pressure, right?
They're watching your every move.
Yeah.
Not creepy sounding or anything.
So
Seriously though, thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Now, you guys have cameras in every room. That's probably the most basic tool that we bring to any investigation when you first start and when you gear up. And I know when I first started, I had some toy cars, some baby powder, the basic of the basics, the poor man's toolkit. And, I watched Ghost Hunters, I watched some of the shows, and you're like, oh, I need an EMF detector, I need an audio recorder. And then next thing you know, you find yourself dragging these heavy Pelican cases from location to location. And then you have to get a team because you need somebody strong to lift all that stuff. And where are you guys at in your escalation of tech, such as it is?
We're at about 3 Pelican cases full,
Right.
give or take. Yeah, it's bad.
I think it's great that the house is outfitted with cameras. Now, is this something that you had planned to do, whether there was a broadcast or not, just to collect some of your own data?
Oh, absolutely. We had this rigged up. I mean,
Last summer when we bought that.
yeah, day one we were running cords right from where we were sleeping to all the different rooms just to document stuff because we had it happen in day one. So.
Yes, this is like Paranormal Big Brother right now. We're
Really?
Or he calls it all the time.
Yeah.
we're in it. It's even just as I was watching Susan and Andrea before, I was checking out the chat room, and people were keeping their eye on the cameras. They're saying, I saw something, I saw a shadow move, I saw an orb on this camera, and people are really invested in what's happening here, especially because of the movie and just because of the uniqueness of your house now being a virtual laboratory for research. So what are some of the other, let me ask you, what's your favorite piece of tech?
My favorite piece of tech, honestly, is just a basic video camera, to document, what's going on. You can't go wrong with that.
What kind of cam is it?
An XA20, a Canon XA20.
Okay. Because geek out with me. My first camera that I used for a paranormal investigation was a Canon High 8. Those cameras had the greatest night vision. It would just illuminate the whole room, and it was difficult to download. It was difficult to import the footage, but it had some great night vision.
Oh God, yes. Canon's got one of a kind. Sony used to have it, and then they lost it. So.
How about you there, Jen?
Same. I really like the camera. I don't so much like taking the camera around to videotape everything, but I like reviewing the camera footage. That's kind of been designated as my job. I like to review that. I like watching spirit box sessions, though. I'm not very good with it in my own hands, but I like watching people that that are good at it. It's kind of neat to.
I've got a question. You know, since I was doing Ghost Hunters a long time ago, and you know, over the course of the years that I've been producing and directing shows, sometimes I do a paranormal show, sometimes I don't. But there's a period of time where I wasn't. I was doing other stuff, and during that period of time, the spirit box or the ghost box became very popular. I would love to know, kind of, you know, Brian, from your perspective, when did that really take off, and why did it take off, and why is it such a popular device?
With the spirit box specifically, I mean, that's the catch-all term that envelopes all the different devices that give you real-time communication. The term ITC, instrumental transcommunication, is an even broader blanket term for any communication, any gathering that involves technology. So technically, EVPs, you know, using your audio recorder, is also a form of ITC, but a lot of times the misnomer is to assume that it's just spirit box or just Ovilus. It took me. I'm kind of old school in the respect that it takes me a while to accept and adapt to new technologies, which is ironic that on Haunted Collector I was Brian, my tech guy, because I'm usually the last one to get to it. So when it came to the spirit box, when I first researched it and read into it, and I first came into that scene, some of you may remember, when there was this pseudo prophecy that went out that there's only, I think, 30 people on the planet that could operate a spirit box. And everyone around was hoping, I hope I'm one of them. And I haven't heard that in a long time. And oh, look, yeah, some of those, I recognize a lot of those. I see an SB7, I see a Shack Hack, the white one, which is the classic. I see a couple different mods there. Yeah, you know, my first one was a Shack Hack. The model after that white one was the black one. And to be honest, to this day, that's still one of my favorite ones. Although I do love my SB7, my SB11, which Gary and I had lots of conversations about before he made it. Taking two SB7s and putting them together, have one scanning up, one scanning down, all the different combinations. As I said, I was slow to get into it and slow to believe it. I had to clear through a cloud of skepticism when I first started using my spirit boxes. And I feel like because it's receiving radio waves, as investigators, we have to be careful. We have to be very skeptical in the respect that let's not just assume that everything that comes through must be relevant to the case you're working on. Because think of it this way. All right, you're going to get those radio waves coming through. So the common questions that people ask: what's your name? How many are with us right now? Where are you? Common questions like that. Getting to know you questions. And of course, scanning through the radio. But meanwhile, 40 miles away, there's a major city. Hey, this is Bob Jones, 104.3 Baltimore. All right, there were all your answers: a name, a number, a location, all these things that in snippets we tried to make fit. And as human beings, we're storytellers. You give me 5 words, I will make it make sense to the house that I'm in. And, you know, I'm sure you guys could too. And anyone who's watching knows that feeling of, oh yeah, you know, we could do it. You just have to really remain vigilant. And this is why, and we could do this for the sessions here and all throughout the week. Anytime I'm using a device that could be considered random, your spirit box, your Ovilus, anything that delivers random results that you've tried to fit into your situation, use a password. And what I mean by that is, okay, if we're going to turn on the spirit box here in the house right now, just pick a word, make it 2 syllables, maybe 3, and make it unique. So it won't be something you hear on the radio. Say platypus. Okay, tonight's password is platypus. If any spirit is here and listening and can understand what I'm saying, if you could say platypus for us, we'll know that you can understand us. And for our skeptical natures, that's almost a check that we can then get past. thinking that, all right, anything that comes after that, if you do hear the password, all right, maybe we are getting intelligent communication and not just random thoughts.
So,
What do you guys think?
I got a question. Yes, I agree with you. I think that is a very smart methodology. I got a question for both sides, and I'd like to hear from both you guys what you think about this. I mean, since the beginning of this, like the spiritualism movement and everything, it's always been about trying to make contact. Seances, Ouija board, now with the technology, do we think that as the technology advances that it's helping us? Is it helping us to achieve our goals in making contact? And I'd like to hear from both sides.
You take this one, Corey.
Oh, gee, thanks. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence with it because, I mean, technology, just like we're noticing, technology can fail. We can get a lot of false positives. We can, become too reliant on it. And next thing you know, we're standing out there, not knowing what to do because we lost our basic skills, So, I know people that are awesome with spirit boxes, but yet you give them a Ouija board and they can't conduct a session. They don't know how to open sessions, close sessions, or anything like that. I mean, just like Brian was saying earlier, there was only like 30 people that know how to really use a spirit box. Like in the ITC community, there was like maybe 4 people that people looked up to, like in the ITC community when it came to spirit boxes. And I know Frank Sumption was like the number one, like he was the guy. And he was like the godfather of this, in my opinion. But I don't know how you feel about that, Brian. But
Yeah, no, you brought up 2 excellent points. One being that